Послушай древнее предание, и пусть оно прорастет в твоем сердце, словно зерно древней истины. Пусть этот росток знаний будет искрой, от которой разгорится великое пламя. В некотором царстве, в некотором государстве, в то время, когда люди еще верили, что поблизости живут странные духи, жил один кузнец.
Кузнец.
Клевал.
Странно. Ты как, кузнец?
Чего тебе?
Taylor,
Да
weird.
так. Или и привиделось чего? Слышишь или что? Ну чего примолк?
Taylor, or were you dreaming? KB,
No.
choose answer. I, Raven, Crescent Moon Tar.
Чего молчишь-то?
Сон. Ворон в нем.
Ворона видел? Плохой сон. Да ты не думай, что там. А кто знает
Taylor.
про будущее? Тот же. Я всегда говорю, что все ведомо только Всевышнему.
Не там ты ответы ищешь.
А? Что?
Colon, you're looking for answers in the wrong place.
Не хватает. Даже тебе. Чего ты не знаешь?
Colon, what is it you don't know? Choose answer, O evil, O world, O truth.
Правды мало на свете.
Знания обретают только
Colon, true knowledge is gained only by those who have walked through.
через темный лес. Только те, кто встретил лихо.
Что? Лихо, значит? Пойду поищу себе лихо. Ой,
Добрый человек. Бог в помощь. Здравствуй.
Здравствуй.
Куда идешь?
Да вот, брат, все говорят, лихо на свете есть. Я никакого лиха не видал.
Smith,
Ну вот
well,
иду
brother,
искать.
they say there's evil in
Пойдем
this world.
вместе. Я хорошо живу, не видал лиха. Пойдем поищем. Тихо, как душно.
Кажись, верно идем. Ни зверя, ничего.
До сих пор тропу видно.
She mysterious forest.
Знаешь, я так пошел.
Taylor, you know, I went for a reason. Choose answer or learn more.
Как так?
Говорят, кто лихо узнает, тот получит все, что захочет. Только кому верить? Есть ли оно
Taylor,
вообще?
they say you can get everything you
Вот
ever
ты
wanted if you seek
веришь
Likho
в
out.
лихо? Что, не хочешь говорить? Что,
Taylor,
не
do you believe
хочешь
in Likho?
говорить?
Choose answer. Oh yes. I don't know, Taylor. What? You don't want to talk?
Если бы знать. Вот и проверим.
А я верю. Иначе зачем идти? Знаешь, я пошел, чтобы
Taylor,
сшить
I do
великий
believe.
кафтан.
Otherwise, why go at all?
Царь кафтан.
Да ладно. Лихо исполнит что угодно, а ты попросишь телогрейку?
Я попрошу мастерства.
Smith,
Сам
you're
сошью.
kidding, right? Likho can give you literally anything, and you're going to ask for clothes.
Ты погляди, ворота какие.
Taylor, just look at those gates. Mistress, Forest, right, exit a manuscript. All collected notes are stored in the inventory. Press to open it.
Пограничье какое-то.
Да.
Taylor, some kind of border.
И зачем ты ищешь его на самом деле?
To answer. Hold. Taylor, why are you looking for it? Really? Choose answer. The reason is none of your business.
Правда хочешь знать? Да все просто. От этой жизни серой спасение только на дне стакана. Сам
Smith,
знаешь.
well,
Я
it's
тебе
simple. The remedy
говорил,
to the dullness of
мне
this life can be
привиделся
found
ворон.
only at the bottom of the
В этом
glass.
какой-то старый забытый смысл. И я хочу его узнать.
Ну, бог тебе в
Taylor,
помощь.
hum.
Господь Вседержитель. Изба большая. Одним окном
Taylor,
горит.
dear Lord. Taylor, a big isba, one window is lit. Choose answer, O night.
Ночь. Некуда идти. Найду, как внутрь зайти.
Ага, я тут подожду.
Taylor, okay.
Идолы поганые.
Comma Smith, damn idols.
Идолы поганые. Нужен какой-то предмет.
Smith, I need some kind of item.
Ворон. Вот и ключ к избушке.
Take a look closer, keep the exit.
Ну как, нашел что?
Taylor, well, found anything?
Похоже, ключ от избы. Пойдем.
Ладно, я следом.
Taylor, all right, I'll follow. Commercializbar. Press to light a match, press again to throw it away.
Дверь заклинила. Портной, ты там? Поищи
Press X to
другой
light a
вход,
match,
слышишь?
press again to throw it away. Smith, Taylor, AO. XK the mysterious forest 1/3 I was traveling the forgotten path with a flock of shades, who had walked it before, long ago. Everyone had to walk this path. They whisper the ancient meaning of the rite. I will document it all, for the understanding is long lost. Maybe it will help you, the one who will walk this way after me. "4B exit K the mysterious forest 2/3 the path started at the murky edge of the forest. We stepped into the mossy midwood where the treetops hid the sky. The spreading branches of thousand-year-old firs lured us into the eternal night and the thick fog, into the overgrowth of mushrooms and ferns. Exit the mysterious forest 3/3 I was frightened, but I continued to walk the path. The shades showed the way. There was a wooden hut before us, old and ominous, the belly of a long-forgotten chimera.
Похоже на корабль.
Take look closer. Odysseus B exit Smith, looks like a ship. Exit apples under arches, on the ground, apples rolling, firm and round. I'll take one, deep red in hue and I'll share with Kuzka, two.
Калики.
Smith, pilgrims.
Печать какая-то, что ли? Ну, пусть дальше лежит.
Look closer. Exit Smith, is that some kind of seal? I shall let.
Мне она не нужна. Этим смогу из печи что достать. Чудище какое-то.
Take look closer. Polyphemus registered sign. Exit Smith, a monster.
Лихоманки проклятые.
Comma Smith, damn plague bringers.
Что за чертовщина такая? Зыбка с нечистой силой. Надо выжечь ее по добру, по здорову. Что за чертовщина такая? Зыбка с нечистой силой.
Smith, a cradle, with an evil spirit.
Глаз выкалывает.
Take look closer. All be exit Smith, you could put an eye out with it. Good.
Может пригодиться.
Милая избушка.
Чё ты, портной?
За мной тоже дверь
Taylor,
закрыла.
nice hut.
Ночь.
Знаю, некуда идти.
Чесало для шерсти. Может, тут овец держат?
Copyright look closer exit. The all-seeing eye.
Алтарь какой-то.
Smith, looks like an altar.
А у этого в руках что?
Bullet.
Огонь. А у этого в руках что? Одноглазая. Голову держит. Закрыл пол черепа. Голову держит. Закрыл пол черепа. Голову держит.
Smith, half of the skull is covered.
Мастерская работа.
Take a look closer book of the world's be exit. Acon apo purus com epiphylim sinua profrisi cyrilligleta pessirigligleta res corco pyri monogotin and corn, cuctoi manamacaton yeri iso, sudimoi pyropiestans, wordin aeme tapel, etapon esatito tapief by antattion econ cyrilligleta tessirigligleta res. Exit K. The Odyssey 1/4 Odysseus and his fellow travelers arrived on an island of fierce Cyclops and descended into the cave of Polyphemus, who was known for his incredible cruelty. The one-eyed monster captured the intruders, accusing them of violating the laws of hospitality. He lifted a stone of enormous size and trapped them inside a cave along with his flock.
Дальше вся книга пустая. Дальше нечего листать.
Read zoom out comspaphyllum linea epiphrisen cyrilligleta pessirigligleta res corco pyri monogotin and chcin, cuctoi manamacaton yeri ec, sudimo pyropiestans, wordin aeme cyrilligleta n cyrilligleta n patronatapoi, etapon esatito tapetcope by onta ttio and the akco and deccan emcu a Smith. The book is blank beyond this point.
Что за книга? Почему она здесь? Да и где я сам?
Me.
Чертовщина какая-то. Пахнет морем, океаном. Все это в подполе?
Smith, smells of the ocean.
Остров. Лихо где-то там. А портной Может, и к лучшему,
Smith,
что он с
the
ним не
island.
повидается.
Likho is somewhere out there.
А вот и лодка. На ней доберусь.
Smith, here is a boat. It can take me there. XENIA, mistress of the animals 1/3, I knew there dwelled a one-eyed goddess in the underworld. Only those who reached her temple and passed her trials were able to seek her indulgence. I followed the spirits, and I dreaded meeting her. XENIA, mistress of the animals 2/3, what gifts could the mistress of the animals give me? Skill in the hunt, magical dance moves, witchcraft. XENIA, mistress of the animals 3/3, I craved those gifts, and I feared them.
На курьих ножках.
Take look closer mechanism part exit Smith, on chicken legs. XENIA, the passage 1/2, I stepped into the belly of that eerie hut, and just like that, I found myself at the threshold of worlds. My road now led through the land of the dead, straight to the one-eyed mistress of the animals in her ancient sanctum. Knowing what was coming didn't calm my fear. Up ahead, the island of the dead awaited, where the living pass even deeper into the underworld, and only one path led there. Exit the passage 2/2 through the burial rite.
Не пойму, что тут. Чудской узор.
Take look closer mechanism ring B exit Smith, can't make out what it depicts. Some kind of design of the Chut people.
Не пойму, что тут. Чудской узор.
Exitk, mistress of the animals 1/3, I knew there dwelled a one-eyed goddess in the underworld. Only those who reached her temple and passed her trials were able to seek her indulgence. I followed the spirits, and I dreaded meeting her.
Страница в ту книгу узорчатую.
Take look close-up book of the world's be exit Smith, a page for that fancy book. XIK the third voyage 1/3 Sinbad and his fellow travelers arrived at a remote island, where they discovered a mysterious house of an ogre. The ogre's eyes blazed with fire, and he was black and monstrous. The creature grabbed the fattest of his visitors, broke his neck, and roasted him on a spit. The rest he locked inside of his house. They spent 2 days in this house, and during that time, the ogre devoured 2 more. For BXIK the third voyage 2/3 on the third night, Sinbad and his companions heated 2 spits and thrust them into both of the monster's eyes. Blinded, the ogre was unable to find his captives and left the cave. Sinbad and his companions followed him out and made their way to their rafts. For BXIT the third voyage 3/3 the ogre finally found them with the help of his ogress, but the sailors had already set sail from the shore. The monsters hurled stones at them, and most of the sailors perished. Sinbad, however, managed to escape to another island with 2 of his fellows. The third voyage of Sinbad the sailor, the 1001 Nights. The way to the land of the dead.
Похоже, этот замок удерживает лодку.
Select rotate exit Smith. This lock is holding the boat in place, it seems.
Глаз.
Smith, an eye.
Лодка разбитая. Утонула. Глаз.
The island of the dead.
Ступы какие-то на земле. А там что, ворота?
Smith, some pedestals here on the ground. And what are those over there, gates?
Нужно что-то запихать в эту ступу. Нужно осмотреться на острове. Нужно что-то запихать в эту ступу.
Exit the island of the dead 1/2. I reached the island of the dead, the great gate to the underworld. The island of the dead was full of sounds. They flowed like slippery molasses from the top of the black mountain, from the rotten womb of the grave. The creaking of thousands of spinning wheels droned like a hive of hungry insects. Each thread was glimmering gold. Exit the island of the dead 2/2. My thread was among them. I had to find it.
Лука. Поля пустые.
Smith,
Матфей.
Luke, but
Но он мертвый. Иоанн. Не спас от лихорадок. Марк. Он воюет? Выкалывают глаз.
look closer. Be exit Smith, gouging out an eye.
Орел.
Take look closer. The eagle. Be exit Smith, the eagle. Dixpan a many-headed beast guards the gates at.
Иоанн. Не спас от лихорадок. Нужно осмотреться на острове. Посмотрим, отворит ли этот Иван ворота.
Smith, let's see if this eagle will open the gates.
Так просто эту статую не снять.
Smith, you can't just remove the statue.
Трехглазый.
Take a look closer the OXB exit B.
Еще одна страница.
Take look close-up book of the world's bee exit Smith, another page. Read LB zoom in HO Cutelfess saga IPNA, PIT, HVYH, AAPIHHIFTE4 shite, MAI8R03PIERDP, PENPM 1950, OPST, plus 09, Y plus PTI Verigraviv, PANMI, KAMRTE REFB, Demindme, Tori 3BRN plus INHB close the book. Exit KHO Acutely Saga 1/5 A fierce storm through the Draka longship of the warrior King Rolf onto a lonely, deserted island. Towering over them was a gloomy house with only a giant bed and a giant sword inside. Rolf immediately guessed that it was an ogre's dwelling, and he decided to protect some of his men by sending them back to the ship. He and the rest of his companions stayed behind to wait. Exit RHO Acutely Saga 2/5 Soon a huge ogre came in, with a dead polar bear slung over his shoulder. He dressed the carcass, roasted the meat over fire, and with a grin invited the guests to share the meal. Rolf and his companions refused. Pricknim TIY, Siite. Exit KHO Acutely Saga 3/5 Then the ogre cried out that he would avenge the death of his brother, who had fallen by Rolf's hand. He grabbed a red-hot iron rod and stabbed 2 of the king's companions mercilessly, and then he killed 2 more, leaving Rolf and his faithful brother Asmund for later. For B Exeter HO Acutely Saga 4/5 As night enveloped the island, the ogre fell asleep. Rolf struck the wall 3 times. At the first blow, the ogre woke up and grumbled, "Who dares to disturb my sleep?" A second blow only made him roll over. Rolf struck for a 3rd time, but the ogre was in a deep sleep. Exit HO Acutely Saga 5/5 Rolf took the giant sword and pierced the ogre with it, while Asmund blinded him with a red-hot iron rod. And the blinded ogre tried to grab them, but collapsed and broke down the door of his house. Rolf and Asmund took heavy clubs and ended the life of the exhausted ogre. Detta Ferdinand, Zwafornald Arsiga, Rolfsiga Gortrexner and Asmund Arsiga Capabana, IO Legendary Sagas, Rolfsiga Gortrexner and Asmund Arsiga Capabranal, 1891.
Одноглазый, что ли?
Take look closer. The angel bee exits Smith. It's one-eyed, eh?
Ой, зараза!
XIK helpers 1/2. I looked around and I saw the dead. They were still following the same path, and I was following them, but now I saw that none were traveling alone. Each was accompanied by a spirit in the form of an animal or a bird. I felt their power. It was both the power of the dead and the power inherited from their ancestors. Exit helpers 2/2. I saw a thin, almost invisible connecting line between each shade and its helper. It was as if they were bound forever. I was getting close to the underworld.
Дурной лев какой-то.
Take look closer. The lion B exit Smith, such a silly looking lion. Lives are spun on the wheels.
Это кто иконы-то эти писал?
Smith, who made these icons?
Зачем ты его разбудил? Зачем ты его
Taylor, why did you wake her up?
разбудил? Зачем ты его 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 разбудил?
О, Господи Иисусе! Заклинило. А? Где это я?
Smith, where am I?
Господи, как выбраться отсюда? Ах, зараза! Господи, что за запах?
Likho, I have guests. Likho, I shall have something to sup on.
Ох ты, черт! Сила нечистая.
Smith, evil spirit. XK the golden thread 1/2. Did I come here of my own will, or was it destiny? My golden thread was glinting with a myriad of sparks sizzling as it measured out my fate. Those corpses I followed had threads of their own, and they walked the same path. Exit the golden thread 2/2. The golden thread was blindingly bright, chaining me in place. I couldn't break its hold to enter the temple of the goddess. I needed to escape those chains somehow. The buried are born anew. The threads of life. Exit pew, 1/4. Fool, never have I smelled a Russian spirit, never have I seen one here before. LB exit pew, 2/4. Foul Russian bones. LB exit K pew, 3/4. What's this inside my temple? What is that foul smell? LB exit pew, 4/4 just like the living fear the smell of the dead, so do the dead recognize the living by their smell.
Заполняется книга-то.
Take look close-up book of the world's B. Exit Smith. The book is filling up nicely. Exit K Likho 1/6 There lived a man who knew no evil, but he often heard misfortune and evil spoken of, so he decided to set out in search of it, no matter the cost. He took his bag on his shoulders and went, "What do you want? I want evil. That's what I'm looking for. Evil is here." Exit Likho 2/6 So he walked and walked, and he saw an iron castle beside a wood, surrounded by a palisade of human bones tipped with skulls. He came up to the castle. Exit K Likho 3/6 He entered the upper room, and there was a huge, corpulent giant who lay with his head on the pocket and his feet on the stove. The bed under him was made of human bones. Likho it was, with Slidney, Woos, and Zerba, Care, sitting around him. Likho gave the man a human head, entreating him to eat, but Likho himself was blind. A pocket is the area below the icon corner where religious icons are displayed in the home. For Exit K Likho 4/6 The guest took the head and put it under the bench. Supped well Likho asked, "Well enough, where art thou?" Or weary head under the bench. The guest was seized with hot and cold chills. Exit K Likho 5/6 Eat it, good man, you'll be tastier for me this way. He took the head and hid it in his bosom, but Likho asked, "Where art thou?" Or weary head near the stomach, so he ate it then. Likho thought, Now it's your turn. Exit Likho 6/6. The guest took his chance and ran away. The iron door creaked. Likho heard the noise and screamed, "Get him now!" But he had already passed out of doors. Only he lost his right hand, on which the door slammed, whereupon he exclaimed, "Here's misfortune." Sure enough, Athanasy Evgeny Narodny Russky Skazki, Russian Fairy Tales, Volume 3, Nauka, Moscow, 1985.
Пустая башня.
Smith, an empty tower.
На окнах резные узоры. Пустая башня. Игрушка какая-то. Мне ни к чему.
Look closer. Be exit Smith, a toy of some kind. I don't need it.
Здесь что, дети были?
Look closer. Exit Smith. Were there children here? Exit K. The imprisoned children 1/2. I traveled on among a flock of shadows. I was starting to grasp the ancient rite, but I still wasn't ready to comprehend its majestic fullness. Before entering the dark forest, everyone had to undergo certain preparations. I saw shades imprisoned, put into dungeons and towers where no sunlight could reach. Exit the imprisoned children 2/2. Without light, the mind is filled with the shadows of one's forefathers, merged into strange chimeras. Each was unique, but similar in form, all with the heads of animals. The chimeras led the way, they are the helpers. I saw mine, and I followed it.
О, сила бесовская.
Smith, oh, you devilish fiends.
Опять вы. Дайте пройти. Опять вы. Я вас не трогаю, так что помогайте. Ох, жуткий у вас вид. Я вас не трогаю, так что помогайте. Путь ведет к пещере с прялками.
Smith, this path leads to the cave with the spinning wheels. Taylor, Smith, is that you?
Нужна помощь! Скорее!
Портной, ты как?
Открывай эти чертовы ворота!
Taylor, open the damned gates.
Тихо! Я слышу его!
Господи правый! О, Господи Иисусе! Паутина проклятая!
Головка-мотовка! Головка-мотовка! Ты его разбудил. Но чтобы выбраться, нужно спуститься еще ниже.
Taylor, you woke her up.
За океаном лежит самое сердце Тридесятого царства. Добираться туда надо сквозь чрево мертвеца. Смелее, кузнец. Схорони меня в колодец, а потом следуй за мной. Следуй за мной. За мной!
the belly of the dead man.
Что?
Мой путь окончен. Зря я пошел по твоим стопам. Мне не воскреснуть. Но ты еще
Taylor, could you?
можешь.
You still can.
Кто ступил в темный лес, не уйдет по-прежнему. Выдержи его испытания. Реши загадки. Пройди
Taylor,
сквозь
solve the
чрево
riddles.
мертвеца. Умри и сам воскресни. И принеси огонь в
Tail.
мир живых. Но готов ли ты к великой жертве?
Taylor, but are you ready to make the great sacrifice?
Ты
Choose
как так
answer.
вырос?
W what? O
Как
but how?
говоришь-то
O what
вообще?
the?
Тебя ж лихо сожрало.
Мы уже давно по ту сторону. За порогом избы все не так, как ты привык. Сам убедишься. Я приведу тебя в храм. В нем ты найдешь
Taylor, I'll bring you to the
врата
temple.
к огненной реке.
XK the Devouring 1/2, it's not enough to reach the land of the dead and pass the trials, we needed a special, magical power. We had to grasp the knowledge we had gained in the faraway Zardom and try not to lose it along the way. Exit the Devouring 2/2, that is why all the shades had to go through the belly of the dead man on the way to the underground halls of the mistress. That is how they became one with their helpers and were able to retain that magic, even when they were back in the land of the living. I was following the path of the original rite.
Деревянный язык. Деревянный язык.
Smith, wooden tongue.
Расческа для бороды. Ну и мне это зачем? Не прихорашиваться же сейчас. Не до того.
Copyright, look closer. Exit L. Smith, I don't have time to comb my beard now, I'm busy. the mistress of the animals.
Гниль. Зубы деревянные.
Exit to the guide 1/3 among the spirit helpers, there was one who stood apart not in appearance, but in the sheer might of magic drawn from his master. This was the helper who guided all through the between worlds, he was the one who aided them through the trials. "4B exit to the guide 2/3 it was who could weave the threads of life into a living fleece, the cloak that would offer a way out of here. Exit the guide 3/3 back to the land of the living.
Посмотрим, что тут.
Exit K the old strong man 1/7 once there were 60 of us bandits. One day we were riding across the steppe. Suddenly, it was pouring rain. On a hill, we saw a huge horse skull. We all rode into the skull and took shelter in it. I was at the very edge at the entrance, because I was the weakest of all. For PXK the old strongman 2/7 suddenly, I saw a giant galloping across the steppe on a red horse. As he galloped, he grabbed hills and tossed them up. When he was close, I jumped out of the skull, got on my horse, and galloped away. At the same time, the giant grabbed the hill with the huge skull and threw it up to the sky along with my bandit friends. They all died. For PXK the old strongman 3/7 I ran my horse as fast as I could, but the giant reached out his hand, took me, put me on an iron spit, built a fire, and hung me up to roast. Then he fell asleep. XK the old strongman 4/7 I jumped off the spit. The giant's red horse neighed, but he woke only for a moment and went back to sleep. The horse neighed again. The giant shouted, "Why are you neighing and disturbing my sleep?" He struck him with his whip and fell asleep again. For PXK the old strongman 5/7 then I took the red hot spit from the fire and plunged it into the giant's heart. He jumped up and cried out, "Where is my leopard, running through the mountains? Where is my golden eagle, soaring in the sky? Where is my whale, swimming in the sea?" And he fell down dead. For PXK the old strongman 6/7 a golden eagle came at me from the sky. It snatched a piece of meat of me and started pecking at it. A leopard came from somewhere and pounced on the meat, too. The golden eagle threw the rest of it into the sea. A whale grabbed this piece. Exit the old strongman 7/7 Meanwhile, I had a chance to hide and survived. I've been living here since then. Vatagian MG Mednevolosea Devoshka, Karmitsky Nerodny Iskazki, Copper-Haired Girl, Kalmyk Fairy Tales, Norka, Moscow, 1964. She far away Zadam.
Запустение. Запустение. Портной.
Это ты, кузнец? Слушай, что-то
Taylor,
пошевелиться не
it's you,
могу.
Smith.
Видно тебя, нет? Застрял
Taylor,
я или
listen.
что?
It seems I can't move my limbs. Choose answer.
Портной, оно
Likho
тебя
ate you.
схватило.
Don't panic, Taylor.
Убрало
Can
до
you see
головы.
it? How?
Ну-ка, погодь. Так. Святые кудели. Где мои ноги? Где руки?
Taylor, holy smokes. Where are me legs?
Тише. Глядишь,
Taylor,
подлечим тебя.
choose answer. You're alive. We'll patch you up. Taylor,
Подлечим? Что тут лечить-то? Боже! Как я теперь? Голодно как-то. Гляди, вон там паук спрятался. Тащи его сюда.
А что ты
Taylor,
с ним?
look. A spider
Да
is
так,
hiding over
погляжу.
there.
Давай, что тебе? Потом мы поговорим.
Даже опора порушилась. Сколько ж это тут все стоит забытое.
Вон он.
Закрыты ворота.
Надо его выманить. Вон он, вон он. Вон он бежит. Лови его. Давай, кусь.
Господи Иисусе! Что? Как?
Ты глянь, глянь. Ишь, понесли, родимые. Ишь, резвые какие.
Taylor,
О,
look at them go.
паучьи
Choose answer.
ноги
What the hell
отросли.
is that? Spider.
Теперь заживем. А то все щеки охромину поотбил.
Ох, жуткие иконы.
Знаешь, что это за храм-церквушка?
Taylor, do you know what kind of church this is?
Его храм. Лихо
Taylor,
этого.
do you know what
Или
kind of
того, чем
church
оно
this
было
is?
раньше.
Choose answer. Oh, I don't know.
Кто бы
Likho's temple.
рассказал, не поверил бы.
Видишь тот рычаг?
Попытаемся. Вон тут лаз есть паучий. Будто всю жизнь жуком бегал. Пауки тоже своего рода портные. Руки помнят, так сказать. Ух ты, черт! Ну вот, рычаг отвалился. Если что, это была твоя придумка.
Take a look closer. Iron staff be exit. Taylor, there we go. The lever fell off. Just remember it was your
Не
idea.
рычаг. Посох.
Это трапезный называется. У меня дед дьяком был. Перекусить хочешь?
Может, и стоит подкрепиться.
Ну, как от снега откопаешь. Вон там выход из храма. Похоже, заперто.
Тяжелый, зараза.
Apples in bowls.
Ага, еще одна сказка.
Exit K. The Dogheads 1/8 girl went to Kiev to pray to God, so she had to walk through a very thick and dark ravine. It went on for ages. Then she saw two people riding. When they got closer, the girl noticed they were no people, but dog-headed men, and they had one eye each, right in the middle of their foreheads, above their noses. She was scared. Exit the Dogheads 2/8. The Dogheads asked her, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to pray to God. You'd better come and serve us." The girl refused, so they took her by force and brought her to a dugout in the forest. They took her underground and went down for a long time. The floor was covered with blood and bones everywhere, and in the middle of the dugout was a lion on a chain, snapping his jaws. For B. Exit K. The Dogheads 3/8. They brought the girl into a room. There were cages made of stakes in one corner, with people crowded inside and peering through the stakes. There was a stove in the other corner, and an old grandfather, also dog-headed, was sitting by the stove, warming up cauldrons of boiling water. All around the cages were candy wrappers and nutshells. The dogheads fed the people candies and nuts to fatten them up. Exit K. The dogheads 4/8. The two dogheads left the girl with the grandfather and left again. Before leaving, they'd ordered the grandfather to pour boiling water over the girl, but she'd overheard them. The grandfather put down a plate for the girl, and she started eating. She ate to the bottom of the plate, where she saw a man's hand lying there, so she threw her spoon away. She noticed the water was boiling, and said to the grandfather, "Let me take the cauldrons out of the stove. You are old and may not be able to handle it." Exit K. The dogheads 5/8. For a long time, the grandfather refused to let her take them out, but he finally relented. The girl took out one cauldron and poured it on the grandfather and then another one, so he was cooked on the spot. Then the people who were sitting silently in the cages rejoiced and said, "Well, let us out too," and wishfully, the girl released them, and they began coming out of the dugout. The lion rushed to them, but they each threw him a piece of meat. He ate the meat, and the people went out unharmed. "4B exit of the dogheads 6/8. So they ran. They came across a stump by the road. The women and girls each took off a piece of clothing, a skirt, a corset, beads, a shawl, and dressed it up as a girl, and then ran away. They ran out of the forest and went to Kiev on a pilgrimage, but the dogheads were coming back with more people they'd caught. Exit the dogheads 7/8. They saw a girl all dressed up, came up to her, and realized it was a tree stump. The dogheads then took the clothes and drove the people to the dugout, saying to one another, "We need to go back again and look for whoever left those clothes in the forest." There was someone there, no doubt. When they arrived and entered the dugout, they saw the grandfather scalded with boiling water in the empty cages. Then they gave chase. They searched and searched, but found no one. Exit the dogheads 8/8. Believe it or not, but that was the truth. Dragomira NP Malorowski Narodnaya Predania, Little Russian Folktales, Fritz NP Typography, Kiev, 1896.
Путешественник. Ишь ты, в сапогах ходит. Идет куда-то с посохом. Ты поразишь их жезлом железным, сокрушишь их... что-то там забыл.
Smith, thou shalt rule them with a rod of iron, and shalt break them. Ah, forgot the rest.
У него хлеб в руках. Я думал, они босыми ходят. Путешественник. Я думал, они босыми ходят, которые благоверные. Ладная ковка.
Exit a faraway Zardom 1/3. I found myself in the faraway Zardom, the land of the dead. Exit the faraway Zardom 2/3. But could it have been otherwise? After all I'd been through, I learned the ancient rite and found my helping spirits. They contained my power, and I held power over them. I looked back and remembered how difficult it had been to reach the temple. I had been buried on the island of the dead, my golden thread severed, and passed through the belly of the dead man. Exit a faraway Zardom 3/3. That had been only the beginning, and there were new trials ahead.
об такой зубы поломаешь.
Вот и западные врата. За ними путь домой. Только примерзло все.
Taylor, the way. Taylor, the way home is behind them, but it's frozen solid. Choose answer. Oh, smash the ice. Oh, shall I light it with matches?
Могу костер тут развести или еще что.
Лед непростой. Так просто не
Smith, I could make a
сойдет.
fire or something.
Погоди-ка. Есть одна мысль. Мы можем растопить огненную реку. Пойдем. Тут выход из храма. Все льдом покрылось. Есть у меня мысль, как нам его растопить. Ты ведь со своим огнем пришел, так? Как готов будешь, пойдем обратно. Туда, где паука выловили.
Не буду оставлять.
Exit Fyodor Bermakov 1/6. Nobody knows whether Fyodor Bermakov was on a long walk or a short one, but at the end of it he came out into a clear field and saw a huge house too small for a town, too big for a terem, but something in between. Then he heard something, a bogatyr arriving at the house, letting his horse into the stable, and entering the harem, a large, rich house bogaty, a warrior of immense strength, courage, and bravery. The name derives from the Turco-Mongolic Bagata, hero. Exit K. Fyodor Bermakov 2/6. Fyodor Bermakov got up from the stove, came closer to the bogaty, and bowed low. Hello to you, crooked Luke of the bogaty, General. So well, Fyodor Bermakov, while you're here, you have to heal my eye. I can do that, all right. You warm up the stove, and give me some tin and screws. I'll sew you your arms and legs to the floor, so you don't flinch while I heal your eye. Exit K. Fyodor Burmakov 3/6. He gave Fyodor Burmakov everything. Fyodor screwed the boggity to the floor, warmed up the stove, heated the tin, and held it above his eyes. Opened both eyes, he poured the tin into his good eye, and ran out into the street. Crooked Luca jumped up, tore off the screws, ran out into the street, but he could not see the light of day, and he roared, "Let there be an iron hedge around my house." Fyodor Burmakov was trapped in the yard with no escape, but Luca had some goats roaming around the hedges. Exit K. Fyodor Burmakov 4/6. Catching a goat, he killed and skinned it, but didn't cut off the head. Then he threw the skin over himself and put the head over his own. He stood on all fours and charged at Luca, headbutting him in the ass. Luca grabbed the goat's horns and threw him over the hedge. Fyodor Burmakov shouted, "I am sorry, Luca the boggity." "Well, Fyodor Burmakov, since you've bested me, here, take my bright copper saber," and he threw it into the field. "Take it." Exit Fyodor Burmakov 5/6. Fyodor Burmakov approached the saber and considered, "Well, should I take this saber with my hand, or try it with my little finger?" First he tried it with the finger got stuck. Well, he started crying, as he didn't know what to do, but then he took a penknife out of his pocket and cut off his little finger at the joint. Then he went to hide out in the hills. "4B." Exit Fyodor Burmakov 6/6. Crooked Luca came running and grabbed the saber. "You're a lucky one, Fyodor Burmakov, escaping and all, but beware, I have a beloved sister there down the road, on Chukov and Nisiverniyskazki, Tales of the North, Suvereign AS Typography, St. Petersburg, 1909.
Храм промерз, но думаю, мы еще сможем выбраться. Под ним среди корней
Taylor, the temple is frozen solid, but I think we can still get out.
река. Как ее растопим, растает и выход из храма.
Портной,
Taylor,
А ты
when we
знаешь,
thaw
это
it,
всё
the
откуда?
exit will be revealed.
как
Choose
же?
answer. Oh, too easy. How do you know?
Действительно, откуда? Вот этого не знаю.
надолго хватит. Глаз выжжен.
Take look closer, son. CLB exit Smith. The eye is burned out.
Не-а, не подходит. Так не пойдет. Что-то не то. Нет, не так. Даже опора порушилась.
Вот эту дверь не сковала льдом. Но до нее не доберемся, пока не расчистим снег. Нужно его как-то растопить.
Старое все, погнило.
XEDK Oblivion 1/3 The shades of my fellow travelers worshipped the goddess. I saw them coming to the temple from all over the world, from every corner of the land of the living, and from every age, almost every age. LB Exeter Oblivion 2/3 I saw no one else like me. I realized the temple and the rite had been forgotten.
Может, растопить чем-то этот снег? Может, растопить чем-то этот снег?
Изгрызть хлеб, сточить посох, износить обувь. Может, разобьешь сосульки?
По-твоему, там проход тайный, как за водопадом?
Сможешь ту церковную утварь скинуть?
Taylor, you think there's a hidden path there, like behind a
По
waterfall?
камням, потом здесь, по доскам. Скажи, как отойдешь в сторонку, чтоб не зашибло. Ну, готов! Дай команду! Скажи, поберегись! Ну вот, путь открыт. Видишь углубление в виде солнца? Вставляй
Taylor,
туда
well, the
печать.
path is open. See a sun-like depression over there.
Ага, неплохо, кузнец. Теперь пойдем к корням храма. Видишь, у всех икон образа повыдраны. Дикость какая! Видишь, какие корни?
От какого-то дерева могучего.
Да, дерево не
Smith,
простое.
roots of a mighty
У
tree.
его корней текла огненная река.
Taylor, yeah, it's not just your ordinary tree, the river of fire used to flow among its roots. Choose answer a weird root, so what kind of river is that?
Что ты заладил? Река да река. Что за река вообще?
Смородинка. Пучай река.
Smith,
как
stop
только
whining
не
about the river.
называют.
What is this river of yours,
Смрадная
anyway?
огнем горит. Она растопит храм, если разгорится. А как из храма выйдем, так по мостку и дома почти.
Taylor, it'll thaw the temple out if we set the river on fire, and then we leave the temple and cross the bridge and we're almost home. Exit K the temple 1/2 I finally reached the great temple for the trials. It gleamed with gold, blinding me and my fellow travelers. Beside the temple, I saw a towering tree whose mighty branches connected all the worlds, but I saw something else too, something I did not understand then. Clouds were gathering outside, bringing the cold winter wind with them. LB exit the temple 2/2 the cold and unforgiving snow was falling on the gold, and its luster was dimming by the minute.
Что? Ого, ой.
Сила бесовская! Кажется, я его слышу!
Taylor, by the deaf.
Прячься!
Господи правый.
Smith, good lord. The mistress of the animals.
Спичками не получится. Надо что-то другое. Спичками не получится. Надо что-то другое. Скоро заполню книгу.
Exit in Visic 1/4 There were 11 of us brothers. Once we were traveling in a faraway land. As we walked, we stumbled upon a one-eyed Nart. He grabbed us all in his fist and threw us into his tobacco pouch. Back in his home, he took 10 of my brothers out from the bag and started gnawing on them as if they were nuts. He took me out as well, twirled me between his fingers, stared at me for a good while, and then put me on the doorpost, saying I was too thin, and he went and lay down on his bed. Nart, one of a group of mythical deities and heroes figuring in the Nart sagas of the North Caucasus. For B exit in Visio 2/4 as he often did, he stroked the back of a goat that pranced before his bed, calling it Daddy Goat. Soon, he fell asleep. I slaughtered the goat and put on its skin. Daddy means father or grandfather. Exit Katinin Visio 3/4 I took a huge rock and gouged out the Nazi with it. I fell to all fours and started bleating and running in circles around him. Nart jumped up and said twice, "Daddy goat, don't let him out." Then he patted me with his giant hand and accidentally moved a huge rock that was covering the exit. I sneaked out through the crack. Exit in Visio 4/4 I crossed 2 or 3 mountains and yelled. It was I, the daddy goat, who'd blinded you. The Nart took the rock that had covered the opening of his cave and threw it after me. Malsakaramet, Sakski I legend the Ingushli I Chechensa tales and legends of Ingushian Chechen people, Norka, Moscow, 1983.
Спичками не получится. Надо что-то другое. Спичками не... Спичками не получится. Надо что-то другое.
Run away.
надо найти другую дорогу.
Smith, I need to find another way.
Ах, закрыто. Серп. Ой, нет, не отцепить.
Smith, a sickle. No, I can't get it free.
Серп. Ой, нет, не отцепить. Спичками не получится. Надо что-то другое. Ах, закрыто. До рычага не достать. Какой-то замок. Крепко держит. Эх, нет, не открыть. Перерубить бы его.
Тихо.
Портной, как ты?
Потом. Выход за той запертой дверью. Видишь этот серп? Им замок на выходе можно перерубить.
Его эти проклятые
Taylor,
веревки держат.
CTH.
Нужно их спалить к чертям.
Открою решетки. Поищи там, что горючее. Ага, вижу рычаг. Сейчас. А ну здесь. Прячься. Где ты?
Эту веревку сжег.
Где ты?
Еще одна веревка.
Где ты? Где ты? Где ты? Спичка. Кузнец, молодец. Живой огонь. Выходи, поужинаем. Свет. Кузнец, молодец.
Эту веревку сжег.
Ты здесь. Где ты?
этим отцеплю те замки. Господи правый!
Кузнец, ты как?
Портной!
Живой? Давай, пойдем. Вот они, застрявшие корни мирового древа.
Smorodinka Taylor, here they are, the frozen roots of the world tree.
Нам к тем корням. Под ними течет огненная река. Если сможем ее растопить, тогда и храм растает. Не зря спички взял, как считаешь?
Тогда и выберемся отсюда, так?
Посмотрим. Но, думаю, у Лиха еще найдутся для тебя испытания.
Exit the world tree 1/2 with its white boughs and a mighty trunk. The world tree stood between the faraway Artnum and the land of the living. Its roots clawed deep into the abode of the dead, while its bark offered a means of escape from the temple. For B exit the world tree 2/2 I looked at the mighty tree, and desperation crept over me as I saw the ruthless frost covering it in ice. Leaves were raining down, the ground roaring and shaking beneath my soles. Cold gripped my heart. Will the ice close off the path between the worlds? I wondered.
Огненную реку сможем растопить вон там, куда лестница ведет. Или можем сначала
Taylor,
здесь
we can thaw the river
осмотреться.
over there. See the stairs?
Пшли прочь, кыш! Друзья по артели, так сказать.
Сколько же лет этой книге?
Exit the blinding of 1 Yaga 1/7 Once upon a time, there lived an old man and his old wife. They had a son, Ivan. He went to pick mushrooms in the forest and got lost. There was a hut, so he said, "Oh, a hut on chicken legs. Turn your eyes to the forest, hut." Turn your front to me. Exit K the blinding of 1 Yaga 2/7. So he went into the hut. Inside were many sheep, and it was warm. In he went and lay down by the stove. Then Baba Yaga came in on bony legs, and she said, "Pew, no Russian smell has ever been smelled here before. I smell it now." Exit the blinding of 1 Yaga 3/7. She said, "Who is T? Ivan is the name. Why do I walk, and I forge?" She said, "I've a crooked eye, so make me a new one, comma." Exit of the blinding of 1 Yaga 4/7. He got up from the stove and tied her up with a rope, and he burned her good instead. So, she started swearing, "I'm not letting you out, you heretic." Then she sat on the threshold to guard it. "This will be the end of you." Exit K the blinding of 1 Yaga 5/7. In the morning, she began to let the sheep out of the hut to feed them. He sat and sat, and then he noticed a fur coat hanging on a pin. He turned the coat inside out and donned it. He started running like a sheep. She grabbed him by the wool and threw him out of the hut. He escaped, threw off the fur coat, and went home. Exit K the blinding of 1 Yaga 6/7. Baba Yaga sat on the threshold, and then she said, "Now you're hungry and lost, and I won't let you out." She started looking for him in the hut. She searched and searched, but couldn't find him. Exit the blinding of 1 Yaga 7/7. She went out and found the coat underfoot. She said, "The fool escaped. I must have thrown him out instead of a sheep. Methinks 'twas the end." Nikifora Severoruski Skaski Vizpisig A.I. Nikiforova, Tales of the Russian North gathered by A.I. Nikiforov, Ush Academy of Sciences Publishing House, Moscow, Leningrad, 1961.
Тот серп, которым ты замок разрубил, он непростой. Что-то я про него слышал, да не упомню,
Taylor,
что именно.
but Sickle, the one you cut the
Не
lock with, is
потеряй.
special.
Чувствую, он еще пригодится. Это твой ключ к тому, чтобы сбежать от лиха. Гляди вниз. У нас под ногами замерзшая огненная река. В ней какие-то идолы вмерзли или что там. Сможешь поджечь их? Ага, горит!
Снова храм. Гляди, все оттаяло.
Ага.
He trials
Надеюсь,
Smith,
церквушка
back to the
устоит
temple
за
again.
льда.
Look, everything's thawed out.
Временем развалило. Запустение. Старое все. Погнило. А это что за ворота?
Храм и вправду изменился. Ой, Лихо нас так просто не отпустит.
Taylor, the temple has changed. Likho won't let us out that easy. The three-eyed and one-eyed sisters were in the tale. The first sister was shrouded in a spider's veil. Close to her was a flame held tight between sister and sheep burns the firelight. TOHHM Cotlet.
Жутко как-то. Что-то
Smith,
не
Erie.
то. Ох, жуткие иконы. Камень расколот. От иконы кусок. Не-а, так не пойдет. Какой-то кусок иконы. Мне туда не добраться.
Смотри, тут круги на вратах того же размера, что и та печать с солнцем.
Что-то не то. Нет, не сходится.
The sheep was afraid at the sight of a beard. The second sister ran from the fire in fear. In a corner hid away, fleeing far from sister's gaze. V7 Ugalok, Tull. Exit an ancient rite 1/3. I strained to hear the whispering of the shades, the black treacle of my predecessor's ancient secrets. Everything was connected to this rite, forgotten, sealed away behind half-truths and hints. I was starting to comprehend. Was this temple the one from all the tales? I wanted to get to the bottom of this rite and spread a word about it to every corner of the world. Exit an ancient rite 2/3. I reached the land of the dead through the dark forest. She is testing me now, but this is not the end. I need the words of the ancient incantation. I need to taste the godly sustenance. The mistress of the animals must close her eye, so her stare can't burn away new threads of life. Exit an ancient rite 3/3. I had to escape and make the great sacrifice. Only then would I be able to live again.
Что-то не то. Нет, не так. Не сход... Не, ну, не. Так не пойдет. Это печать для дверей. Ишь, глаз сколько. Печать от двери. Запустение. Не-а, не подходит. Лев сторожит ворота какие-то. А можешь достать вон ту штуковину?
Кусок иконы. Конечно, конечно. Тьфу, держи.
Святой какой-то. Ох, жуткие иконы.
Посмотрим, что осталось от этого храма. Хотел бы я на него посмотреть до того, как его льдом заморозило. Бес его знает, куда раньше вели эти двери. Может, во владении тех зверей с резьбы. Поди узнай. Вот она, огненная река. Через нее можно перебраться только по мосту, что перед храмом. По камням не перескочишь. Ты пока осмотрись. Я тут подожду.
Свечи за решеткой. Паутина. Образа святые. Овечий череп. Железные обломки. Кирпичи. Нет, не вытащить.
Думаю, смогу до нее добраться по трубам.
Так не пойдет.
Я помогу, но нужно открыть вход. Кажется, эту решетку можно сдвинуть. Ну, попробуем достать печать. Так куда мне направиться?
Справа лежит овечий череп.
Понял. Кузнец, я тут, у костей. Что дальше?
В трубе снизу вижу несколько образов.
Понял. Куда прикажешь?
В сторону паутины.
Вижу. Отсюда только один путь. Чувствую верный. Встретимся у печати. Кузнец!
Отлично! Хватай печать и возвращайся!
С радостью. Давно пора.
Добрая работа. Спасибо, портной.
Обращайся.
Не подходит.
Вот и еще одна печать у нас. Так, глядишь, и отворим те ворота. 4-я печать должна быть здесь.
Taylor, the 4th seal must be here.
Думаю, это самая старая часть храма. Гляди, какие узоры на стенах.
Чудные ворота. А это что за львы?
Один безмордый какой-то.
Smith, fabulous gates. And what are those lions for? Exit Death's Head 1/2 I saw a flock of helpers following the shades. Some were various animals, some dead people of ages past. Shades buried the restless dead, and I beheld countless graves. But this burial was a great blessing, for the second way to the temple was as fraught as the first. So the dead followed after their undertakers. LB exit Death's Head 2/2 A thankful corpse makes for a loyal and mighty helper.
На статую морда какая-то. Похожа на львиную.
Разрушенная лестница. Интересно, куда она вела?
В Медное царство.
Вот и я так думаю. Так пойди узнай, так оно было или эдак. Гляди, статуя с мордой чудной в шахте висит.
Старинная роспись каких-то древних людей. Гляди, у той скульптуры голова львиная. Достанешь?
Хорошо,
Smith,
жди
the
тут.
pet statue has a lion head.
Держи. Теперь нужно найти, чья это голова на самом деле.
Так не пойдет.
Ишь, звездно ты как. ты последнюю печать отыскали.
Пора отворить те ворота.
Taylor, here's the last seal.
Камень расколот. Временем развалило. Краска. Только что дверь тут фреска. Фреска. Вот каково оно, лихо. Интересно, что в этой будет.
XK Ivan Tertigin 1/10, and so she came out and said, "Well, you tricked me, Gorinich. You tricked me, the fierce snake maiden. If you ride by, go to see Grandpa Crooked Boggety. Say I send my regards. Okay, I'll go and see him." For BXK Ivan Tertigin 2/10, and he arrived at that place, left the ship, and went to see the Crooked Boggety. The Crooked Boggety was having lunch, a whole roasted bull and a cauldron of water in front of him. "Hello, Grandpa Crooked Boggity." Elate exit K Ivan Tertigin 3/10. Ivan Tertigin. How are you here? Where has God brought you? I came to visit you. The fierce snake maiden sends her regards. She says her father had a gluttonous cow. She would eat a haystack and drink a vat of water all at once. You're too young, Ivan Tertigin, to laugh at me like that. 4B exit K Ivan Tertigin 4/10. Forgive me, Grandpa Crooked Boggity, for I was joking. Well, never mind, sit down to lunch with me. So he sat and ate, for he couldn't refuse. He realized he was in a pickle. There was no escape. I reckon, Grandpa, you want to see with both of your eyes them. I certainly do. It would be better to see with both of. Exit K Ivan Tertigin 5/10. I can cure you. You'll see with both of your eyes soon. Do you have any tin? Why, sure, I do. Ivan Tertigin melted the tin. I need to tie you to the stake now. So he tied him to a stake in the middle of the yard. Turn around now. The Crooked Boggity turned around and the ties broke. This won't do. You should be tied with straps of old walrus hide. Do you happen to have some? Exit Ivan Tertigin 6/10. He found them. Ivan tied him up and told him to turn around. The old man turned around. The straps held tight. Ivan took the tin, melted it, and poured it into his good eye. Ivan Tertigin, you deceived me, but no, you won't go. Hold the doors, keep the gates and mind the fences. Ivan Tertigin tried and realized there was no way to go. "4B exit K Ivan Tertigin 7/10. The old man had some sheep, so Ivan went to them and tied himself up under the belly of a ram. The Crooked Boggity walked around looking for Ivan Tertigin, but he couldn't find him anywhere, so the Crooked One cried out, "Oh, my lamb, come here." The sheep came up to him one by one, and he would stroke them. Then Ivan pinched his ram on the side so it butted the Boggity with its horns. "You're playing tricks on me, ram," and the ram went in circles. 4B exit K Ivan Tertigin 8/10. The Crooked Boggity got angry, took it by the horns and threw it over the fence into the street. Slightly hurt, Ivan Tertigin untied himself, lay still for a while, got up, and said, "Well, goodbye, Grandpa Crooked Boggity." Exit K Ivan Tertigin 9/10. You tricked me, Gorinich. You tricked the fierce snake maiden. Now you've tricked me, the Crooked Boggity, as well. If you go through the forest, there's a saber there. Take it, it will do you good. Ivan Tertigin came to the forest and saw the saber swaying in a tree. He thought, something might happen if I take it. For B exit Ivan Tertigin 10/10. He touched it with his little finger, and Grandpa Crooked Boggity shouted, "Hold him in place." His finger was firmly stuck. Ivan Tertigin took out a knife and cut off his finger. Sadovnikov Dienskiaski I Predani I Samaskogo Krea, Tales and Legends of Samara Region, Printing House of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, St. Petersburg, 1884.
творяется? Сюда! Скорей!
Ой, да твою же...
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 Быстрей! Сюда! Скорей!
Ой, да твою же...
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 За эту дверь! Скорее! Это его не задержит! О, сокровища!
Не до этого!
Быстрее! Открывай решетку! Мать! Лихо близко! Прячься!
Да погоди! А, черт!
Как ты?
Ох, не спрашивай.
Пока что оно в заперти. Пойдем, проверим выход из храма.
Я видел, как оно запирало дверь.
Ничего, придумаем что-нибудь. Для начала осмотрим двери. Пойдем, осмотрим выход для начала. Эту дверь я тебе и потом открыть смогу. в
Taylor,
случае
let's
чего.
go and check the exit first.
Похоже на те статуи с острова. Думаю, стоит расспросить портного.
Look closer, the exit, Smith.
Вот
Looks
близкий
like those
пламени.
statues from the island. I think I should ask the tailor about it.
Ишь ты, пол как проломило. Не рухнуть бы.
Exit K Gold 1/3 I decided to go through the trials, even though I feared what awaited after. They were everywhere, and the temple was full of riddles. I followed the shadows and searched for answers among the golden murals of the sanctum. Exit K Gold 2/3 Precious Gold, bright, yellow, sparkling, blinding, now dull and frozen in ice, the flesh of the world of the dead, so whispered my fellow travelers. "4B exit gold 3/3 everything golden is connected to the faraway Zardom. Didn't the metal originate here, and isn't it from here that otherworldly forces pluck it?"
Икра красная, икра заморская, баклажанная. Вареные черви Икра заморская. Баклажан. Икра черная. Икра... Зачервело все. Свистулька в виде медведя. Не, это мне не пригодится. Фу, сколько ж это тут лежит.
At a feast I learned that the mistress of the animals would only give gifts to those who broke bread with her. No one could leave the land of the dead before fully becoming part of it, but that can only be done by consuming the food of the dead.
Овчар какой-то. Вон овец стрижет.
Вот и врата. Открыть можешь?
Нет. Крепкая дверь. От лиха проклятая. На 3 замка затворила.
Крест, луна, солнце. Медный, серебряный, золотой. Ключи, стало быть, такие же нужны. Думаю, в храме должны быть запасные. Или погоди, может, сковать их? Ты ж кузнец.
Для этого форма нужна. Сделаю, если отыщем.
Тогда за дело. Что эти ключи искать? Может, просто с колокольни спрыгнешь? Тоже выход. Вроде и окна не заколочены. Неужто не нравится?
Пьют из этого, что ли? Может, портной знает? Спрошу в трапезной. Добротно сделано.
Этому кубку место в трапезной. Как там будем, обсудим.
Может, тут подсказки, как с ним бороться?
Take a look closer. Book of the World's Be Exit Smith. Maybe there's some hints about how to defeat her. Exit Day 1/8. A long time ago, even before the Russians came to the Aral Sea, a Kazakh hero Utim Bati rode on horseback with 6 of his companions near Osk. With his sharp eyes, Utim Bati noticed a tall man standing on the mountain far away, tending to his sheep. He rode closer and, to his horror, realized that before him was a giant, Dayu, with one eye in the middle of his forehead. For B exit Day 2/8. The riders turned their horses in fear and tried to escape, but alas, the giant easily caught up with them, tied the unfortunates up with their hands behind their backs, and drove them home with the herd. For B exit Day 3/8. Then Dayu chose the fattest of the prisoners, felt him all over, turned aside a huge stone that served as a door, and dragged his victim inside the cave. Soon, the people outside heard a desperate scream. Exit Day 4/8. Utim Bati exclaimed, Dayu stabbed our comrade, and that was the truth. When Dayu drove all the prisoners into the cave, they saw their comrade cut into 2 parts. Both pieces had been put on an iron spit and were roasting over a fire. For B exit Day 5/8. Dayu blocked the entrance with a huge stone and set all the others near the campfire. Dayu himself lay down on the other side, pressing his feet against the stone. It was plain he wanted to rest while the human meat was roasting. For B exit Day 6/8. Once the giant fell asleep, Utim Bati said to his companions, the same fate awaits us, so bite through my ties with your teeth and free my hands. I know what to do. For B exit Day 7/8. When Utim Bati's command was carried out, he freed his comrades, and together the prisoners tried to move the stone that blocked the exit, but the stone was so big that the task proved impossible. Exit Day 8/8. Then Utim Bati came up with the following idea. He took the meat off the spit, put the spit in the fire, heated it, and stuck it into Dayu's one eye. Awakened in pain, the blinded giant began thrashing about in rage and kicked the stone away from the exit. The prisoners took advantage and ran away. Shaknavichemiotsuviriya Kanok, from Molode superstitions lo sinsel, Siningrat Selin.
Будь я лихом, я б тут ключи припрятал.
Hold LB to answer. Taylor, I'd hide a key here. If I were Likho, choose answer OY.
Это почему?
Место надежное. Ты у себя в кузнице давно на крыше бывал? Вот то-то.
Это такой же короб, как от сказок, только пустой. Поговорю с портным, как в трапезной окажемся.
Похоже, в этом коробе сказку держали. Рассмотрим как следует, когда время будет в трапезной.
Здесь не пройти. Ну вот, прибыли. Тут не пройти.
Погоди. Может, под завалом что найдется? Ага! Говорил же! Вон рычаг!
Надо бы вон тот рычаг дернуть.
Это можно. Готово! Ага, ржавый механизм работает.
Это что за агрегат?
Мне почем знать? Уж не ткацкий станок.
Похоже, его запустить можно. Только деталь нужна. Луны половина.
Вон, за тем хламом что-то поблескивает.
Сейчас проверим. Мне бы вон тот предмет.
Доберусь, поди. Готово!
Часть Луны.
Ну и странная штуковина. Никогда такую не видел.
Тут запчасти какие-то. Ой, не разберусь.
Я видел одну запчасть за книгами. Сжигай их.
Exit mistress of the universe 1/3 I saw the mistress of the animals in all her glory, the shadows praised her, the animals all listened to her from the smallest worm to the mighty lion, king of the animals, the temple was resplendent with her might, the sun rose over her right shoulder, and the moon to her left, I understood she had power over many things, from the tiniest flecks of ash to the glimmering stars in the sky. LB exit mistress of the universe 2/3 I saw the mistress of the animals sunken in her oblivion, the walls of the temple were barren, the once regal halls overcome with rot and decay, the bright face of the goddess was distorted by madness, I was connected with her, as was everything else around us, we have lost her gifts and she has lost her power. BB exit mistress of the universe 3/3 if only I could thaw the river of fire.
Так не пойдет. Не-а, не подходит.
Ну и странная штуковина. Никогда такую не видел.
Тут запчасти какие-то. Ой, не разберусь.
Я видел одну запчасть за книгами. Сжигай их.
Месяц. Не-а, не подходит. Так не пойдет. Готово. Теперь понять бы, как эта штука работает.
Царство Иисусово. Небеса вращаются. Похоже, верно вращаешь. Вон, фонари зажигаются. Уже второй горит.
Серебряный месяц. Ключ от
Take look closer, silver key registered sign exit Smith, a silver crescent.
Со мной не пропадешь и в храме Лиха. Погляди. Красота.
Exit. The incantation one stroke to all those who followed the path of the right knew the secret words. They had learned them by heart on starry nights, whispering to themselves, passing them down to their children in the darkness. I heard and remembered the words. Now I knew the ancient magic, too.
Вот тот лес
There'll be
темный.
exit the incantation
Тут
two stroke two.
огненный река.
Behold, the
Там
eye of the
дерево
Lord.
какое-то.
You have guests.
А луна-то... Вид хороший. Пойдем вправо. Глянем, что там за разрушенный купол.
Не-а, так не пойдет. Что-то не то. Здесь не пройти. Надо найти другую дорогу.
Exit to the blinding 1/3 the shades were following the steps of the ancient rite, and I followed them. The colder the temple became, the more monstrous the rite, its shine faded, like gold covered with snow. Exit K the blinding 2/3 the shades found the threads of life that could lead them back to their original worlds, but the threads were destroyed in the mistress's gaze, trapping them in her frozen abode. Performing the rite would require first averting her stare, and there was only one way to do that. Exit a blinding 3/3 starlight glinted on the golden blades.
Говорил же, ключ тут спрятан. А ты все не верю, да не верю.
Taylor,
такого не
if you were
говорил.
all, I don't believe you were no way. Choose answer,
Плохого не
did you now?
посоветую, за тебя радею. Где? Ключ висит на паникадиле. Как он туда попал?
Taylor, look, there's a key hanging from the chandelier. I wonder how it got there.
Оно высокое, так? Может, ему сподручно на люстре ключ держать?
Ага, я тоже так думаю. Как добираться будем?
Давай-ка ползи по цепям, да и снимай его.
Нет, шатко слишком. Да и прицеплен, поди, крепко. Давай попробуем паникадила скинуть.
Вон он, ключ.
Думаю, это паникадило можно сбросить. Давай поищем, куда крепятся цепи.
Купол развален. Цепи держат паникадило. Нет, не так. Нет, так не получится.
Ага, работает. Нужно остальные цепи отрезать.
Бык. Орел. Крыльями с вороном ворон. Медведь. Дурной какой-то.
Exit K-Dev and Gabdullah 1/7. A long time ago it was. 3 old men boarded a raft and set off for the pilgrimage to Mecca. They had a kettle with them. They landed on one of the islands and made a bonfire out of their raft and boiled some tea. As they were drinking the tea, a huge old man suddenly appeared before the native. He had a single eye in the middle of his forehead. Exit K-Dev and Gabdullah 2/7. The dev was seeing the wanderers for the first time, but he knew them all by name. Kadawla, Gary Fuller, Gabdullah, come pay me a visit, he called to them. What else could they do? They went to visit. Exit K-Dev and Gabdullah 3/7. The dev brought them to his place and locked them all in a stone shed. He decided to eat them one by one, for he was an ogre. He ate Kadawla for breakfast. He devoured Garifullah for lunch. Gabdullah did not want to wait for his terrible fate. He made a hole in the shed and managed to get out. Exit K-Dev and Gabdullah 4/7. So he saw the dev lying asleep on his back near a burning stove with his belly out. Gabdullah seized the moment. He took a red-hot frying pan from the stove and burned the dev's only eye with it. He quickly ran away. Exit Dev and Gabdullah 5/7. The dev rose up with a mighty roar and started chasing the old man, and they ran. Oh, how they ran. Exit K-Dev and Gabdullah 6/7. The dev, having lost his only eye, couldn't see a thing. Though he kept tripping and stumbling, he didn't fall behind. Before locking them in the shed, he had put on the finger of each prisoner a ring with a bell. He ran after the sound of this bell. He knew where Gabdullah was. He was just about to catch him. Exit Dev and Gabdullah 7/7. So Gabdullah took out a knife, cut off his finger along with the ring, and thus escaped. The dev was left with nothing, and shouted after the old man, "You're lucky, Gabdullah, you managed to be rid of me. Suleimanove and Bashkisko Nerodno Dvorkestvo, Bashki Folklore, Volume 6, Bashki Book Publishing, Ufa, 1992. Exit to the Great Sacrifice 1/2. I knew the rite would end with a sign of death, and I dreaded the hour of reckoning. I saw how the shades were mutilated, and I knew I would be dealt the same fate, but there is no other way. Exit the great sacrifice 2/2 the moment of the great sacrifice is nigh.
Ага, 2 цепи отрезаны. Осталась последняя. Нужно что... Не подходит.
Падает! Гляди, ключ отвалился. Пойдем вниз. Ну и шум от этого паникодила. Как бы лихо опять не объявилась.
Боишься, и голову сожрет?
Мне-то что? За тебя сердце болит. Ну, может, сердце и не болит, но волноваться за тебя волнуюсь. Ключ упал где-то между колоннами. Пойдем. Нравится мне эта трапезная. Уютная такая, располагает к беседе. Захочешь что-нибудь обсудить? Милости прошу за стол. Вот здесь подходящее местечко. Присядь, отдохни. Тихое место это трапезное, спокойное. Можем тут поговорить, если
Taylor,
надумаешь.
sit down, have a rest.
про
This
что с
refectory
тобой
is a
говорить?
quiet place,
Да
tranquil.
хоть про ковку железа, хоть про убранство. В храме полно диковинных предметов. Взять вот эту свистульку с медведем. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Что за звери такие, знаешь?
Эти четверо — лев, бык.
Да насмотрелся. Орел еще, ангел. Кто это и почему они здесь?
Действительно. А сам думаешь, почему?
Они свое значение несут какое-то. Может, лихо сказать что-то хочет. Вот лев, например, символ власти, так?
Ну и что с того?
А орел тоже вроде символ власти. Или полета. Ай, да бес его разберет, это лихо.
Ну я уж точно не разберу.
Ладно, ладно. Это, знаешь что про животных-то?
Я только про орла слыхал. Хочешь, расскажу?
Ну давай, послушаем.
Старая история. Как-то раз охотник поймал орла и хотел было убить. Но тот взмолился, мол, не убивай, и просит корми. Слушай, 3 года его корми. Охотник согласился. Кормил его, значит, 3 года. Все деньги извел. Осталось 3 дня. А в закромах пусто. Ну, делать нечего. Охотник отсек, слышь, свою левую руку и скормил орлу. Так и продержался 3 года.
Ну и что, орел?
А ничего. Улетел или еще что. Подарил охотнику что-то, наверное. Не помню. Может, его охотник и сжег. Вот такая история. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Он какой предмет необычный.
Это ритон. Кубок такой. Думаю, греческий. Помнишь первую сказку? Тоже ведь греки. И овцы там были. Много историй. Они все из головы у меня не идут. Я вот думаю, о чем они, эти сказки? Какой в них смысл? Не знаешь? Не знаешь?
Они про испытания. Сильный всегда уходит от лиха. Во всех сказках по-разному. Но и похоже все опять-таки.
То-то. Может, это от сказки зависит. Или у них всех смысл один? Кто его задал? Тот, кто рассказал, или кто записал? Или она обретает смысл, когда ее слушают? Вот если я расскажу...
Ты ж помер.
Ну и что? Может, и это не важно. Может, уже и слушатель помер.
Тебя послушать, так все мертво. Понять, конечно, можно.
Угу. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Гляди, нашел штуковину эту. А страницу кто-то до меня забрал.
Ага, ценная, небось. Что на этих страницах? Небылицы?
Все про лихо похоже.
Я ж говорю, царица-государица по всем землям ходит.
Или ходило.
Ну да, мертвецам с этим делом сложнее. А если мы воскреснем, оно, стало быть, тоже? Может, не стоит эти замки отворять?
Я эту чертовку повидал. Теперь пора нам наружу. Останется оно тут, нет ли? Не мое дело.
Хорошо тебе говорить, кузнец. Ах. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Ну и что это за свистулька медвежья?
Черт его знает.
Ты об этом хотел поговорить?
Послушай, про эту игрушку я не знаю, но знаю про кучу других предметов. Если захочешь обсудить что-то диковинное, приноси. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Пока нечего обсуждать.
Найдешь что интересное, приноси. Слушай, кузнец, хорошо сидим. Может, разомнемся игрой в бабки?
Тут? В бабке?
Да есть одно местечко. Пойдем покажу. Избушка, избушка, отвори воротца. Открывается. Пойдем вниз. Видишь, тут ларец. Обыграешь в бабки, тогда скажу пароль. Не забыл правила?
Расскажи-ка.
Кидай битку прямо по бабкам. У тебя 3 броска. Собьешь 7 бабок за 3 броска. Победа твоя. Мимо. В следующий раз упадешь. Не каждый же день выигрывать. В следующий раз попадешь. Мимо. Ну ты не переживай, еще получится. Одну сбил, 6 осталось. Еще 5 собьешь, и приз твой. Ну ты не переживай, еще получится. Промазал. Промазал. Ну ты не переживай, еще получится. Мимо. Мимо. Не каждый же день выигрывать. Мимо. Одну сбил, 6 осталось. Не каждый же день выигрывать. Еще 5 собьешь, и приз твой. В следующий раз попадешь. Ну, попробуй еще раз. Четыре сбито. Промазал. Поздравляю! Победа за тобой! Я уже вытащил обещанную отгадку. Она вон на той бересте.
Exit 1/30. Good sons of Arges, Bronze, and Sterapes, Uranus and Gaia are your ancestors. Your element is fire. For B exit RI2/3 great smiths of lightning and thunder, compatriots of Pyragmon and Polyphemus, your eyes the sun, your herds are plenty, like clouds before thunder. Exit 3/3 let your people live forever, let your children know no evil.
Сбил 3 штуки. Одна осталась. Попробуй еще раз.
Отблески пламени.
Exit K the Kingdom of Babel 1/13 he walked for a week, he walked for a month, he walked for a year, then one fine morning, he came to an open field, and in that field stood a giant, enormous house. He sat down on a rock and thought to himself, who lives here? Azar or some foul fiend? A man can die but once, best go and test my luck. LB exit K the Kingdom of Babel 2/13 he went in, wandered through the halls no one in sight. He started tidying up a spot for himself, then slipped under the stove where he wouldn't be seen. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside. The whole house trembled. They entered the hall. The house began swaying from corner to corner. The doors creaked open and a voice boomed. Foo, foo, foo. Barsukov, you bastard, you have wronged my sister. For that I'll give you a cruel death. Exit of the Kingdom of Babel 3/13. A man entered. Barsukov threw himself down and pleaded, please, stranger, spare me, I'll be your slave and servant till death. The man relented, softened, and let him be. Now Barsukov spoke again. I've come a long way, I'd like something to eat and drink. Go then, said the man, to the back room, fetch my jug of wine, a tubful for me, a modest glass for yourself. LBXK the Kingdom of Babel 4/13. Well, he said, I couldn't bring a whole tubful for you, let alone a jug. You shit, the man replied. Instantly he jumped up, scurried away, and grabbed a jug of wine, the tub, and a regular teacup. Then he poured the wine into the tub for himself and into the cup for Barsukov, and drank. They got drunk and started talking. LBXK the Kingdom of Babel 5/13. It turned out the old man was a fighter and had been away dueling opponents. You know, Barsukov, he said, no one in the world has bested me. I have one bane, the sight in my right eye is poor. At that, Barsukov said, I could heal it for you, but I'll need to tie you up first. You're a strong man. When the pain comes over you, you could tear me apart. Exit K the Kingdom of Babel 6/13. The old man had a yard full of goats. I have 3 rawhide strips, he replied, and an iron bed chained to the wall. The old man lay on the bed, and Barsukov tied him with one of the strips. The old man had already locked the doors and gates tight. When Barsukov finished tying him, he said, try to move, we'll see if the bonds hold. For BXK the Kingdom of Babel 7/13. The old man stretched out, and the strip tore apart. No, that's no good, said Barsukov. You'll tear me apart when the pain comes over you. The other 2 are over there, tie me up with both at once, replied the old man. He took those and tied him up once more. Stretch out again. For BXK the Kingdom of Babel 8/13. He stretched and strained but couldn't break them. Barsukov searched the rooms and found a hunk of lead, a bucket, and a scoop. He melted the lead and came back to the old man. Open up your good eye and watch me heal you, he said. When the old man opened his left eye, he poured the hot lead into it. Exit of the Kingdom of Babel 9/13. The old man screamed in pain, ripping apart the rawhide strips. Now he was blind in both eyes. Barsukov ran out into the yard. Every goat screamed, here, here, Grandpa, here he is, when he tried to hide under their bellies. The old man was getting tired. He ran over to each screaming goat, but Barsukov would already be gone. Then, in a rage, he started throwing the goats over the fence. Barsukov realized there were not many goats left in the yard. Exit of the Kingdom of Babel 10/13. So he'll throw everyone out and then go for me. He spied a big, woolly kid. He scrambled under his belly and grabbed his fur tightly. The kid cried, Grandpa, I'm holding him, I'm holding him. For BXK the Kingdom of Babel 11/13. The old man grew even angrier, ran to the kid, grabbed it, and threw it along with Barsukov over the fence. Barsukov felt sick and dizzy, but it was a small price to pay. He got up, dusted himself off, and said, well, you crooked old dog, here I am. That's what Barsukov was like. Now, look here, when you get to the Tsar, give him this knife as a gift from me. The old man replied, what are you up to, you crooked dog? I can do it. You just keep your distance, stay 100 meters away. LB exit K. The Kingdom of Babel 12/13. The old man jabbed the knife into a tree and backed off 100 meters. Barsukov came up to the knife and admired its rich ornamentation. It was covered in gold and gems. He saw that the knife was magical, and he couldn't just take it in his hands, so he tried with just his little finger and seized it. The knife screamed, "I got him, Grandpa, come at once." Exit the Kingdom of Babel 13/13. Barsukov realized his peril. He was stuck fast, and the old man was almost upon him. He remembered his own knife on his belt, so he sliced off half of his little finger, saying, "Here, you crooked dog, that's quite enough for you. Razumova AP, Senkina Ti Ruski Narodnyskaski Keralskogo Pomoria, Russian Fairy Tales of Karelian Pomers, Petrozavodsk, Karelia, 1974.
Жар отсюда чувствую.
Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Пока нечего обсуждать.
Найдешь что интересное? Приноси.
Мужик какой-то и лихо за столом сидят. Овчар какой-то. Он овец стрижет.
Первый замок открыт. Говорил же, выберемся.
Ишь ты, пол как проломило. О, мужик овцой вырядился.
Exit to the trials 1/2. There were trials ahead. The mistress of the animals only gave gifts to those who were worthy. I saw spirits who had passed her trials and gone back changed to the land of the living. Exit the trials 2/2. I saw others fail. The goddess transformed those poor souls into a sheep and left them to roam forever under the magnificent arches of her temple in the faraway Zodom.
Золотой ключ. Солнце ясное. Добраться можешь до того рычага?
Да тут лаз подходящий. Сей момент. Готово!
Вот так кузница. Ох, расскажу, не поверят.
Ну и жара здесь. Снега как не бывало. Гляди, на кузне форма для ключа. Кажись, для медного.
Да с этим я управлюсь. Только тут второй половины этой формы нет. Ну, иметь нужна.
Думаю, все должно быть поблизости. Запасливое это лихо.
Из лиц этих льется раскаленный камень. Из лиц этих льется раскаленный камень. Одноглазое лицо.
Это лихо, не иначе.
Так не пойдет. Узоры чудские. Давняя работа, древняя. А вот и руда медная.
Take a look closer, copper or exit.
Со второй половиной смогу сделать медный ключ.
Take a look closer, casting old B exit Smith. I could make a copper key if I had the other part.
Так, Металл есть. Чтобы ключ сковать, нужна руда и вторая часть формы. Ага, форма для плавки есть. Ну, думаю, сгодится.
Конечно, сгодится. Навье лучше некуда.
Comma Taylor. Sure.
Ишь, медь красная какая. Медный ключ.
Отлично. Медный ключ у нас. Сразу пойдем отворять. Второй замок открыт. Дело за малым.
Что?
Ancient right.
Это никакой не выход?
Еще нет, но скоро, скоро!
Стой! Куда?
Разве можно бросить обряд? Вспомни, что завещали предки. Ты увидишься с ним. Ты готов, кузнец? Кузнец! Кузнец!
Кузнец! Ты его разбудил. Ты нашел все ключи и отворил ими врата. Теперь пожинай плоды. Вот око Господне. Оно идет, оно близко. Полая спина мяса
Taylor.
размокла.
It's closed.
Ломкие кости и спина червями изъедена. Стражница огненной реки. У тебя гости! Лихо! Услышь, услышь меня во тьме могилы. Вставай во мраке, внемли древнему заговору. Выползай, выползай из земли сырой через кладбищенские ворота, через темный лес за реку под черной луной. Лихо! У тебя гости!
У тебя гости. 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 У тебя гости.
Сначала накорми меня.
Ты прав. Нельзя говорить с голодным.
Likho, you're right. You can't talk with someone who's starving.
Узри, тризну великана.
Likho, behold, the funeral feast of an ogress. Choose answer, greet her, deflect.
Здравствуй, бабушка. Мы пришли ночевать к тебе.
Хорошо, ты вовремя. Ты прошел сквозь
Likho,
чрево
Ruby.
мертвеца, разгадал мои загадки. Пришло время воскреснуть и принести огонь в мир живых.
Hold LB to answer.
Да, как скажешь, бабушка.
До сих пор плутаешь во мраке, но скоро преобразишься. Твой путь предначертан тысячами твоих отцов. Они шли здесь до тебя и вышли уже другими. Взгляни на меня, кузнец. На левом плече месяц ясный, на правом солнце красное.
Вот и повидались с тобой. Я просто хочу выбраться.
Ты мертв навек и навек погребен, а воскреснешь лишь через жертву. Но
Likho, and you can be
другим
resurrected only through
никак
sacrifice.
был.
We'll hope, but you will be changed. Choose
Чего
answer,
ты хочешь?
agree, ask again.
Тобой вдохнем мы сил в старинные слова, и вновь пойдет по избам
Likho, and the tale will travel around the world once again.
Зато тебе я дам венец из золота заката, что властью старых царств тебя навеки одарит.
От золота не откажусь.
Так тому и быть, найдешь вскоре. Ты полон новых дум, что древний смысл прячут. Забыл твой род, извечное значение. Когда ты вновь о виденном споешь, поймет ли сын твое предание, чтоб новым кузнецам помочь? Дарю тебе младенца из золота чудского, что знает столько сказок, что и ночей не хватит, и толк в них всех он понимает.
Золотой, говоришь? Ладно, была не была.
Все узнать не успеешь, но услышишь многое. Как некогда другому дарю тебе кольцо из золота понтийцев. В темнейший час оно прольет свечение и словом ободрит. Ты с ним в тумане и в ночи не сможешь затеряться.
Возьму кольцо.
Найдешь его у древа. Осталась лишь свобода. Пусть волею твоей продолжится предание. Найдешь еще один великий дар. Сейчас же завершим обряд, как и пристало. Кузнец, что умеешь делать, ковать?
Да все умею.
Скуй мне глаз.
Скуй мне глаз.
Хорошо. Да есть ли у тебя веревка?
Smith,
Надо
good.
связать тебя, а то ты не дашься. Я бы тебе вковал глаз.
В моем храме есть все.
Полифем,
Не-а, не подходит.
киклап, лихо, беда, горе.
Старое дерево. Мило. Ишь, вытаращился. Что за деревяшки?
Нужда.
XK Killer Melee 1/15. A man lived beside remote waters, in lonely lands. Once, he gathered all the deer he had, harnessed them, and went away in his sled. He drove for some time and reached the road. He examined the sled marks and noticed that people were traveling only one direction along the road. For a long time they'd gone on that way, but no one had ever returned. It was the divine road he drove on. LBXK Killer Melee 2/15. He drove and drove, and after a while he saw a wooden house. In front of the house were the sleds of people who'd come there, just the sleds, but no deer. Was it a miracle? A house of wonders? There were footprints of those who had entered the house, but it seemed that no one ever came back. What kind of curious house was this? For BXK Killer Melee 3/15. The man took his travel supplies from the sled, entered the house, and saw some firewood there just enough. He lit a fire in the fireplace. Well, he thought to himself, I'm going to take a closer look at this house. I need to look around. He reduced snow to water in the cauldron, took out some dried bones from his back, and put them in the cauldron. Then he heard a sound coming from under the floor. LBXK Killer Melee 4/15. Suddenly, the floorboards burst open. A man appeared. He was knee-high, rising to just above the kneecap. His shape was a soft, round ball. His face was wide, his mouth was big, and his belly touched his toes, almost reaching the floor. This was the big-bellied man who appeared before him. Exit K Killer Melee 5/15 my boy, he said, you've finally arrived. Oh, uncle, I have arrived. They greeted each other. My boy, said the round man, where are you going now? I don't have any special destination. I was driving my sled and came across a road. It brought me to this house. Uncle, what's your business here? Exit Killer Melee 6/15 haha, he said. How could I not come here? 'Tis a well-traveled path to here, where I get my delicious food. How could I not come? Hee. One finds the tastiest food here. It seems, I usually can't help but find something delicious to eat here. Exit K Killer Melee 7/15 well, uncle, what's your name? Tell me. Hee. I'll tell you alright, but you might be frightened. Why, uncle, should I be afraid of a human name? Please, tell me, am I really going to be frightened? And he asked several times. For B Exit K Killer Melee 8/15 the little one with the big mouth said to the young man, I am the ravager of a whole village, the ravager of a whole city. I am as tall as a span. Killer Melee is my name. Aha, the young man replied. Uncle, it turns out you do have a name, a good name indeed. LB Exit K Killer Melee 9/15 well, my boy, what's your name then? My name. What kind of name do I have? He said. What kind of name could an aimless drifter like me have? If you find out my name, what good will it do you? Oh, come on, I told you mine, said the uncle. Tell me yours in return. For B Exit K Killer Melee 10/15 well, uncle, say it I shall, the young man said to the uncle. My name is Last Spring, he who left one spring, that's my name. Ah ha ha, my boy, this is also a good name. Last Spring, he who left one spring. You have a funny name, the uncle said to the young man. Well, what kind of food do you have there? What do you have there? It smells delicious. I am cooking lunch. Exit K Killer Melee 11/15 well, my boy, will you feed me some of your delicious food? How could I not feed you? I'll feed you alright. I'm cooking enough for two. Just be patient. The young man then seasoned the brew with some flour. The food in the cauldron bubbled and boiled, with a foam cap rising out of it. For B Exit K Killer Melee 12/15 well, uncle, listen carefully. I'm going to teach you how we eat this food. Whichever guest arrived later has the food poured into his mouth by the first guest. Now lie down here by the fireplace, open your mouth wide, and open your eyes even wider. I'll pour the food in your mouth with my own hands. I'll feed you with my own hands. Then you'll be sated. For B Exit K Killer Melee 13/15 the young man picked up the cauldron. The uncle opened his mouth and eyes. The young man poured hot food into his mouth and burned his eyes with the hot brew, too. You see, burned by the hot food, the uncle shouted, oh, 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 last spring, he who left one spring burned my insides, burned my insides. He burned my eyes, burned my eyes as well. For B Exit K Killer Melee 14/15 the young man was listening out and heard laughter coming from below. Last spring, he who left one spring burned his insides, burned his insides. He burned his eyes, he burned his eyes. They laughed. With all this done, the young man put the cauldron in his bag and went outside. He pulled the reins of his sled and went wherever he wanted. For B Exit Killer Melee 15/15 this is the end. This Killer Melee man is the eyeless deity of disease now and is still alive, and that young man is alive, too, and now is the deity of the upper regions of the river Ob with its abundant fish, sitting in the middle of the divine forest headlands as a golden god Potpataren Predeniaya, Pesni Kazim Skik Kamtov, Songs and Tales of Kazim Kantil, 000 format, Iauman, 2014.
Старуха. Черопетку.
Эй, кузнец, я тут внизу.
Что за заговоры?
Без всего этого не пробраться. Оно тебя не
Taylor,
сожрало?
we can't go further without
No.
all of.
Тихо, а то услышит. Чтобы выбраться, нужно завершить обряд. Вяжи ее, а я что покрепче поищу.
Очьяро.
Ну-ка, бабушка, повернися. Ну нет, бабушка, это не годится.
Кузнец, я тут.
Нашел что покрепче?
Сейчас.
Повернись-ка, бабушка.
You won't get away from me now.
Скорее, пока оно нас не учуяло. Оно направилось к выходу, выпускать овец. Это наш шанс, оно ослепло. Может, проберешься?
We will all be reborn.
Ух,
17 and forward mutilation is a mark. Exit of the fleece 1/4 to leave the temple was to return to life. I saw the shades hunting down living animals in the faraway Adam. From their pelts they wove new threads of life and used them to fashion a new guise for themselves. Should you down one, the mistress of the animals would let you out of her temple. 4B exit of the fleece 2/4 now each shaded not just a single thread but a whole new fabric woven from them, a great woolly cloak, and was able to follow whatever thread they liked. Exit K the fleece 3/4 this is the chief gift of the mistress of the animals. Exit the fleece 4/4 this great, newfound, stunning freedom. You will find kinship among the maimed.
Внизу огненная река, Смородинка. Она течет между мирами.
Taylor.
Значит, по ней ты сможешь выбраться в мир живых. Только вот выход из храма охраняет Лихо. Нам придется что-то придумать, обмануть его. Кажись, есть у меня одна мысля. Я уже слышу песни овец.
Exit a right Prometheus 1/2 this is my last message. I can't go any further. I can't thaw the ice of the river of fire, but my efforts were not in vain. Now I know that the all-consuming flame will follow in my steps. Exit Prometheus 2/2 you must walk the ancient path to the end. Share your knowledge with the world of the living. Let the river of fire burn forever. Let the temple shine in gold once again. As for me, I can hear her steps now. The chiming bell tells of her coming. XK the one-eyed ogress 1/5. Once there lived a smith, and he was walking late one evening. It got dark, and he went into a house. The house was empty, no one home. He climbed up on the stopper and waited for someone to come. Then a woman came by with some sheep, many sheep, a whole flock she was driving. He didn't know what to do. He started thinking what to do. 4B exit the one-eyed ogress 2/5K, and she said, I shall eat ye. Thus they passed the night. The next day, the woman began to drive the sheep out. So he said, let me go, don't eat me, I'll fashion ye an eye. For B exit K the one-eyed ogress 3/5. She had only one eye. She did, right, she said. He made a fire, heated an iron stake, and said to her, open your eye. For B exit K the one-eyed ogress 4/5, and he bashed the hot iron stake into her good eye. She screamed and went completely blind. Then she said, that's it, ye villain, I won't let ye go in one piece. For B exit the one-eyed ogress 5/5. Then she started letting the sheep out. So he took his fur coat, turned it around with the wool facing out, and put it on. She began grabbing the sheep one by one and throwing them out of the house. It was the smith's turn, and she grabbed him and threw him out. That's how our smith escaped. Nikiforov AI Severorsky Skatki Visa Pisag AI Nikiforova L Tales of the Russian North gathered by A1. Nikiforov, USSR Academy of Sciences Publishing House, Moscow, Leningrad, 1961.
Вот и станок. Оно ждет тебя за той дверью.
Знаю. Так просто не выпустят.
Я сошью тебе баранью шкуру.
Taylor, I'll
Но
make.
на то мне нужна их шерсть. Иди постриги их. Да только смотри, чтоб тебя не сцапало. Там и живые, и мертвые овцы. Мне нужна шерсть живых. Из 30-го царства не выбраться с нитками из мертвячьей шерсти. Нужно подстричь 3 овец. Из их шерсти смогу сшить руно.
Taylor, you need to shear 3 sheep. With that much wool, I'll be able to make a fleece.
хочет есть. Это тебе, бебе, месть.
Мне нужна овечья шерсть.
Кузнец шалопут, не уйти тебе от пут. Ты лишил лихо глаз и поплатишься сейчас.
Нет, так не пойдет.
Кузнец шалопут, не уйти тебе от пут. Ты лишил лихо глаз и поплатишься сейчас. Бе-бе-бе, брызнет кровь, душу ты свою готовь. Лихо очень хочет есть. Это тебе, бебе, месть. Закипит чан с водой, скоро будет пир горой. Лихо станет пировать, твои косточки глотать. Бе-бе-бе, бездной глаз, тьму увидишь ты сейчас. Гаснет свет, и тебе спасения нет. хочешь выжить, не робей. Беги скорей.
Еще кусочек вплетем в руно. Отлично. Скрою тебе шкуру. Со мной выберешься. Ну, готово.
Портной.
Знаешь, эта шерсть вмещает одного. Может, мне отдашь?
Taylor, this fleece can only fit one, you know.
Послушай, я...
Ладно, ладно. Куда мне воскрешаться? Посмотри на меня. Ты меня схоронил еще тогда, в колодце. И все-таки
Taylor,
хорошо,
you buried me
что я
back then
пошел
when you
с
threw me
тобой.
into the well.
Ведь шил свой царь кафтан. Вот он. Лучше него и правда не сыщешь. Ты не думай, что я зря хвалюсь. Ведь у тебя была одна нить, а теперь вон их сколько. Целый кафтан. Выбирай, какую хочешь. Богатство, счастье, истина. Что бы ты ни искал, на это найдется нить.
Taylor, riches, happiness, true, whatever you are looking for, you will find a thread for it now.
Не переживай. Мы нашли его храм, разгадали загадки, отыскали 3 ключа. Многое сделали, но я не боюсь разлуки. Мы еще встретимся. Иди и выйди перерожденным. Прощай. Прощай, кузнец.
Прощай, Лихо. Натерпелся я от тебя, Лихо. А, теперь ничего не сделаешь.
Постой! Еще дотерпишься! Ты не ушел.
Черт! Огромное дерево.
Smith, a giant tree. Exit K1-eyed Likho 1/14. Once upon a time there was a smith. Well now, says he, I've never seen any grief. They say there's evil in the world. I'll go and seek me out evil. So he went and had a goodish drink, and then started in search of evil. On the way he met a tailor. LB exit one-eyed Likho 2/14. Good day, says the tailor. Good day, where are you going? Asks the tailor. Well, brother, everybody says there is evil on earth, but I've never seen any, so I'm going to look for it. Let's go together. I'm a thriving man, too, and have seen no evil. Let's go and have a hunt for some. For B exit K1-eyed Likho 3/14. Well, they walked and walked till they reached a dark, dense forest. In it they found a small path, and along it they went along the narrow path. They walked and walked along the path, and at last they saw a large cottage standing before them. It was night. There was nowhere else to go to. Look here, they say, let's go into that cottage. For B exit K1-eyed Likho 4/14. And they went. There was nobody there. All looked bare and squalid. They sat down, and remained sitting there some time. Presently, in came a tall woman, lank, crooked, with only one eye. Ow, says she, I have visitors. Good day to you. Good day, grandmother. We've come to pass the night under your roof. Very good. I shall have something to sup on. Exit one-eyed Likho 5/14. Thereupon they were greatly terrified. As for her, she went and fetched a great heap of firewood. She brought in the heap of firewood, flung it into the stove, and set it alight. Then she went up to the two men, took one of them, the tailor, cut his throat, trussed him, and put him in the oven. Meantime, the smith sat there, thinking, what's to be done? How can I come out of this alive? Exit one-eyed Likho 6/14. When she had finished her supper, the smith looked at the oven and said, "Granny, I'm a smith, what can you forge anything make me an A?" Exit K one-eyed Likho 7/14. "Good," says he, "but have you got any cord? I must tie you up, or you won't keep still. I shall have to hammer your eye in." She went and fetched 2 cords, one rather thin, the other thicker. Well, he bound her with the one which was thinnest. "Now then, Granny," says he, "just turn over." She turned over, and broke the cord. For B exit K one-eyed Likho 8/14. "That won't do, Granny," says he, "that cord doesn't suit." He took the thick cord, and tied her up with it famously. "Now then, turn around, Granny," says he. She turned and twisted, but didn't break the cord. Exit K one-eyed Likho 9/14. Then he took an awl, heated it red hot, and applied it to her eye. Her sound one. At the same moment, he caught up a hatchet, and hammered away vigorously with the back of it at the awl. She struggled like anything, and broke the cord. Then she went and sat down at the threshold. "I, villain," she cried, "you shan't get away from me now." Exit K one-eyed Likho 10/14. He saw that he was in an evil plight again. There he sat, thinking, what's to be done? By and by the sheep came home from the field, and she drove them into her cottage for the night. Well, the smith spent the night there too. In the morning, she got up to let the sheep out. He took his sheepskin pelisse and turned it inside out so that the wool was outside, passed his arms through its sleeves, and pulled it well over him, and crept up to her as he had been a sheep. She let the flock go out one at a time, catching hold of each by the wool on its back, and shoving it out. Well, he came creeping up like the rest. She caught hold of the wool on his back and shoved him out. For B exit K one-eyed Likho 11/14. But as soon as she had shoved him out, he stood up and cried, "Farewell, Likho, I have suffered much evil at your hands. Now you can do nothing to me." "Wait a bit," she replied. "You shall endure still more. You haven't escaped yet." Exit K one-eyed Likho 12/14. The smith went back through the forest along the narrow path. Presently, he saw a golden-handled hatchet sticking in a tree, and he felt a strong desire to seize it. Well, he did seize that hatchet, and his hand stuck fast to it. What was to be done? There was no freeing it anyhow. He gave a look behind him. There was Likho coming after him, and crying, "There you are, villain, you have not got off yet." Exit one-eyed Likho 13/14. The smith pulled out a small knife which he had in his pocket and began hacking away at his hand. He cut it clean off and ran away. For B exit one-eyed Likho 14/14. When he reached his village, he immediately began showing his arm as proof that he had seen Likho at last. "Look," says he, "that's the state of things. Here am I," says he, "without my hand, and as for my comrade, she's eaten him up entirely, and that's the end of this fairy tale." Afanasy Narodny Russky Skazki, Russian Fairy Tales, Volume 3, Cat Cow Decode Typography, Moscow, 1857.
Черт, не отцепить!
Вот ты, злодей, и не ушел.
Smith panics.
Черт! Ой! Рассвет! Что это? Вот каково оно. Лихо.